morning and welcome to those here and those watching on Community 7 and those who will later watch this online. And welcome to the LIFTT Community Celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. My name is Jed Barton, and for the past 15 years it has been my privilege to be part of LIFTT's team, working under various titles, helping LIFTT's public relations and government affairs effort. On behalf of LIFTT, I would like to thank first and foremost our team of staffers and volunteers who have put in many hours of hard work to put together today's celebration. In addition to the speakers you will see from our auditorium, there are over 30 local businesses and organizations outside with tables providing information and services related to disability. We have free snow cones. We'll have ice cream later in the day. We'll be selling lunch. So again, if you're watching this live, we're here till 3 p.m. today, so please come down, and thank you to Community 7 and to all of the speakers we'll feature throughout the day from various organizations, as well as to the organizations who are tabling in the outside part of the celebration. We couldn't have done any of this without all of you. So now I am going to introduce Alyssa Everett, our finance director. Alyssa is pinch hitting today for our executive director, Carlos Ramallo, who unfortunately could not be with us. Alyssa, thank you.
Thank you, Jed. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to LIFTT's celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, an occasion not only of reflection, but of gratitude and profound joy. Today we gather as friends, consumers, community partners, public servants, leaders, and visionaries, but most importantly, as equals. All of us are here because we believe in the same profound truth, that justice, equality, and opportunity should never be reserved for the few, but they are the rightful inheritance of all. Whether you are joining us as longtime supporters of LIFTT, or you're here for the first time, thank you. We're so glad you're here. Your presence honors the immense legacy of the ADA, an act that has changed lives, shifted culture, opened pathways, and reshaped the American imagination on what is possible when we choose inclusion over exclusion and empowerment over pity. 35 years ago, the ADA redefined what accessibility means in free society. It recognized that civil rights are not fully realized until all people, regardless of ability, have access to buildings, sidewalks, schools, jobs, buses, information, and the dignity that define American life. Thanks to the ADA, disability no longer defines the limit of possibility. Thanks to the ADA, we build ramps, not walls. We provide captions, not silence. We recognize capacity, not impossibility. And thanks to the ADA, we move forward, not just as individuals, but as a society that is more just, more compassionate, and more whole. This event today was made possible through the tireless work of the LIFTT team, whose vision and dedication embody the very spirit of the ADA. I'd like to take a moment to especially acknowledge the leadership of Anya Pulis, LIFTT's beloved nutritional health coach. Anya deeply understands how the ADA doesn't just shape policy, it shapes lives. Her commitment to building an inclusive, healthy, and empowering community is what made today possible. To our staff, board members, partners, government colleagues, volunteers, and community friends, thank you. Today could not be made possible without you. You give meaning to the work. You remind us that change does not happen in policy alone, but in relationships, shared meals, conversations, and celebrations like this one. Now I share a personal word from LIFTT's Executive Director, Carlos Ramallo, who hoped to welcome you here in person today. Dear friends, due to a necessary emergency surgical procedure, I am unable to join you physically, but believe me when I say there is nowhere I'd rather be than there. Celebrating with you, enjoying the warmth of your company, eating hot dogs and ice cream, and embracing the joy of this milestone. Although I cannot be with you today, I promise I do everything I can to be here next year to celebrate the 36th anniversary of ADA with you all. please know that my heart is with you. Today is a day of happiness, joy, and fulfillment, not only because of the past we honor, but because of the future that we build together. Let us take a moment to send Carlos our best wishes on a speedy recovery, and let us carry his spirit of joyful conviction throughout today's celebration. The ADA is not just a law, it is a living movement. Its achievements are not fragile, they are rooted in justice, strengthened by unity and defended by every one of us who continues to believe in its promise. So, as we laugh, share meals, and make memories today, remember, we're not just celebrating a law. We're celebrating a culture of dignity, a structure of rights, and a community of possibilities. We are able, we are strong, and we are moving forward together. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of LIFTT. Thank you for believing in the ADA. And thank you for making America a place where every person, regardless of disability, is recognized, respected, and empowered to live fully. Happy birthday for the 31st anniversary of the ADA accessibility law. Let's start celebrating. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. And right now, I'm going to introduce Jen Hawkinson, LIFTT's regional manager out of our Glendive office. Jen has been with LIFTT again almost 5 years, and again, there's no one more dedicated to providing quality services to the people. And it's not just even people with disabilities, but all of the people of the eastern region of Montana. Jen?
Good morning. I am Jen Hawkinson. I'm the regional manager at LIFTT. The ADA means a lot to us. We provide services to people with disabilities of all ages. For the independent living side, we provide peer mentoring. We provide independent living skills to learn how to live more independently. Maybe it's learning how to grocery shop or how to get a job. We also have information and referrals, so that is available for anybody. They can call and say, hey, I need to know if there's a cancer support group in our area. I need to know what local grocery stores are available. We assist with so many things. We help with ramps. We do not provide the funding, but we help the person through the process to apply for those ramps. We also help with paperwork like Social Security, Medicaid, SNAP, or food stamps. And we want to keep people as independent as possible. And we want them to learn these skills. So we're not doing for people, we're teaching them. We also have a personal care attendant program that you guys, I'm sure, will hear about later, and which is AKA the PCA program. We have a community health worker program, and what that is like a navigation to healthcare. So it would be like maybe being accompanied to doctor's appointments. Sometimes it's just a home visit. We have some people that aren't able to get out of their homes and have that social interaction, so we're able to provide that service. We also have our health and wellness classes and programs, so we cover the gambit. Our latest adventure is we're trying to get a transportation program started. We're super close to connect our smaller communities together to get to doctor's appointments, maybe having some social stuff going on. So that is our next endeavor that we've already started to dip our toes in. We're hoping early spring of 2026 that we'll be able to get that rolling. And that's the whole thing. Thank you.
Paulo, Brazil. I became disabled when I moved to Montana. I am deaf and I can see to the point of driving and reading and living a normal life, but I am low vision. LIFTT promotes the inclusion of the aging and disabled people of Montana, or I would say the inclusion of the people with disabilities living in our service area. And we do everything we can to promote inclusion in every aspect of society. This year, we chose to promote disability inclusion through transportation because there is no independent living without a person enjoying the right to move freely in society. So we partnered with Billings to put on display, so to speak, the ADA accessibility of the system.
Met Transit is the primary public transportation provider for the City of Billings area. We provide both fixed route bus service and complimentary paratransit service. Our entire fixed route bus fleet is ADA accessible with ramp style deployments. The buses can actually kneel the front end of the bus where you're boarding so that it's curb level, so there's no reason to step up into the bus. If you're using it in some sort of mobility device and can't necessarily cross that gap between the curb and the bus, you can have a ramp deployed for an individual to actually board more easily. The fixed route system is also fully equipped with voice enunciation on board for individuals that are actually either visually impaired or hearing impairments, because it does both audible announcements based on the stop location. It's actually a computerized system that we use in conjunction with our GPS bus tracking system. So it knows what stop it's at, what stop is approaching, and so forth. So it can announce those, make those announcements for individuals that might be visually impaired. We've got a lot of features built into the fixed route system to support individuals that have a wide range of impairments.
You see, transportation is not only important for people to go from point A to point B. They need effective and reliable transportation to go to school, to go to work, to attend to medical appointments, to receive a treatment.
You know, if you're feeling apprehensive, number one, call us, because we'll talk you through it and we'll set you up with somebody to actually go out with you and help you to use that system. We access roughly 85% of the city with the fixed route system, and it's really pretty convenient service. We have 30-minute service covering probably another about 65 to 70% of the city. That happens every day from 5:15 till 8:15 at night as far as weekdays, and then we still have Saturday options as well. So, you know, there's lots of different opportunities out there. There's lots of different methods for getting from where you want to go, but we really just hope you give transit a try and see if it's something you like.
When people with disabilities, no matter what type of disabilities they have, are given the tools they need, they will find ways to succeed.
disability is something that has a major impact on your life.
Every disability is different.
And it's never the same thing for two people. I am blind in my right eye totally and partially sighted in my left eye.
I was 18 years old. We were traveling way too fast on a gravel road. Broke my neck, my back.
My Asperger's syndrome and my cerebral palsy.
I have anxiety and depression. People would have no idea just talking to me.
Being independent means different things to different people.
I want to live in my own house. I want to pay my own bills.
Live independently and not rely on other people.
When someone is not able to live as independently as they can, it does have a detrimental effect on people's physical and mental well-being.
It's no complicated thing. It's just that people with disabilities want to be included.
Plenty of people get stuck in ruts when they feel like they can't overcome something in their life. That's where LIFTT comes in.
Living independently for today and tomorrow. LIFTT. We help people of all ages and all types of disabilities find the resources or acquire the skills to live as independently as possible.
We serve the southeastern 18 counties here at the Billings office. We have a variety of things that we offer. We can help with grant funding for adaptive equipment.
Maybe a home modification so they're able to access their home. We help people to find that funding.
Helping people apply for Social Security benefits.
Medicaid, Medicare, housing.
They have a peer support group. Peer support, I think, is key.
Sharing life experiences is one of the most powerful things to help people who might be new to disability, who might be struggling with their disability.
Youth transitions is kids that are transitioning out of high school. They need to learn those adulting skills. It might be rent an apartment, learn how to grocery shop, budgeting.
Help someone advocate for themselves in a school or an employment setting. One of our biggest strengths is providing folks with information and referral. If we can't help you, we hope to know who can.
A lot of times we'll have a potential consumer call in and they think that they just have one need, and it turns out that we end up finding 3 or 4 things we can actually do for them.
You can just come in and say, hey, I feel like I have this going on. Can you help me? And we can, which is so cool to me. I love that.
Most of us on staff at LIFTT have identified ourselves as having one or more disabilities. That is helpful in many cases.
It's easier to empathize with someone when you yourself have struggled with a disability.
This is what we specialize in. This is who we are, and this is what we do.
And it costs nothing to go to LIFTT. It's a nonprofit organization and they're there to help.
Somebody that was a consumer that was working with LIFTT was asked to do an art project. He visualized that the balloon helps to lift people up, and then it became the logo, and it's stuck.
There's been success on all kinds of levels.
It's really rewarding to have a consumer go, hey, I was able to do this by myself today.
We want people to live their best life as independent as possible.
Live as everyone else in society and live as a part of society, not apart from society.
Everybody needs help. Sometimes you just need a little more help, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay.
There's plenty of life to live still, and there's a way you can do it. Keep chipping away at it, little by little by little.
Knowledge is power. Let's share it, for crying out loud.
Send us an email, give us a call. We'll do our best to help.
We can definitely help figure out what your needs are and get started on that. We're one of many steps in the path to independence, and we're happy to be serving people here in the community.
ADA celebration. I'm Jed Barton with LIFTT, and our next speaker is Jeff Smith. He's a physical therapist and owner of Alpenglow Physical Therapy here in Billings. Alpenglow has been a great partner of LIFTT as we in the last year have launched a health and wellness program, including some physical fitness seminars and classes, and it's been wonderful to have Alpenglow's assistance in that, and it's wonderful having them here today. Jeff?
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let me move this a little bit. Is that okay? Cool. All right, hello. Thank you for the introduction. Like you said, my name is Jeff Smith. I'm the owner of Alpenglow Physical Therapy. We are a clinic, PT clinic, that started a few years back with a vision. It is a vision to change lives, a similar vision that was present when the ADA was put into effect, as well as when LIFTT was founded. So today, I want to talk with you about the value and importance of the American Disabilities Act and how physical therapy strives to advocate, elevate, and work with the ADA. As physical therapists, we work with a large demographic of individuals and are fortunate that we get to work with people at such pivotal times in their lives. Many people know someone who has been to physical therapy or may have been in physical therapy themselves. It can sometimes be thought that our job revolves around exercise, sets, reps, and cracking the whip. Our profession is truly about serving the community and working with people to achieve their own personal goals, developing strategies to get back to what they love, and helping individuals to live fulfilling lives. That's where our alignment with the ADA really starts. It starts with empowering people. As physical therapists, we empower through movement. But movement is not just about muscles and joints, like I said earlier. Movement is freedom. Movement is identity. Movement is being able to pick up your child, take a bus to work, or walk across the stage to receive your diploma. Physical therapists utilize the ADA to empower patients, show people that a path to their goals can be achieved and that each person has a voice. We believe that every day is a gift and that each day should be embraced. Opportunities for everyone, and as a profession paired with the capacity the ADA offers, opportunity continues to be available for everyone. Whether it's writing documentation for workplace accommodations, recommending adaptive equipment, or training someone to safely navigate public spaces, we use the ADA to remove barriers. When a patient wants to return to work, join an adaptive sport, or ride the bus independently, we rely on the ADA to ensure that they have the support and legal protections to make it happen. Through physical therapy, the ADA comes to life, not just as policy, but as progress. Physical therapists play a vital role in transforming the promise of the ADA into real-world application. PTs conduct detailed evaluations to understand how a disability affects someone's daily life. These assessments are used to justify reasonable accommodations at work, in school, provide documentation that supports ADA requests for housing, education, or public program access. We train individuals to safely and effectively use wheelchairs, walkers, canes, and prosthetics, public transportation, or community mobility tools such as ramps, elevators, and paratransit access. We also practice real-world navigation, including curbs, uneven surfaces, and transfers to from vehicles or toilets, turning ADA access points into functional skills. PTs play a major role in helping patients return to work under ADA protections. We perform worksite evaluations to identify barriers and suggest ergonomic solutions, provide reports to employers, insurers, or vocational rehab agencies, help patients build strength and endurance tailored to their job demands while advocating for non-discriminatory reintegration. Physical therapists teach patients about their ADA rights. Many people don't know they're entitled to certain accommodations. We help patients self-advocate with confidence. We educate families, caregivers, and even employers or school staff about how to support inclusive participation. We are here to celebrate the ADA. It remains important that as a collective we continue to advocate and work together as we are today to raise awareness and focus on the value we can offer as a community. At its heart, physical therapy is about hope with a plan. It's about meeting people at their most vulnerable and helping them build a path forward that they didn't think was possible. It's about telling a stroke survivor, you still have a voice, purpose, and presence, and we're going to rebuild it one step at a time. It's about telling a child with cerebral palsy, you don't need to change to belong, you already do. Let us never forget, the ADA set the standard, physical therapy helps rise to meet it. Thanks. That's my speech on PT and ADA.
Thank you, Jeff, for those words and for all you guys do for the community. Again, we'll be back. Our next set of speakers will be at 11:30 with a couple of LIFTT team members sharing their reflections. Thank you.
Disability is something that has a major impact on your life.
Every disability is different.
And it's never the same thing for two people. I am blind in my right eye totally and partially sighted in my left eye.
I was 18 years old. We were traveling way too fast on a gravel road. Broke my neck, my back.
My Asperger's syndrome and my cerebral palsy.
I have anxiety and depression. People would have no idea just talking to me.
Being independent means different things to different people.
I want to live in my own house. I want to pay my own bills.
Live independently and not rely on other people.
When someone is not able to live as independently as they can, it does have a detrimental effect on people's physical and mental well-being.
It's no complicated thing. It's just that people with disabilities want to be included.
Plenty of people get stuck in ruts when they feel like they can't overcome something in their life. That's where LIFTT comes in.
Living independently for today and tomorrow. LIFTT. We help people of all ages and all types of disabilities find the resources or acquire the skills to live as independently as possible.
We serve the southeastern 18 counties here at the Billings office. We have a variety of things that we offer. We can help with grant funding for adaptive equipment.
Maybe a home modification so they're able to access their home. We help people to find that funding.
Helping people apply for Social Security benefits.
Medicaid, Medicare, housing.
They have a peer support group. Peer support, I think, is key.
Sharing life experiences is one of the most powerful things to help people who might be new to disability, who might be struggling with their disability.
Youth transitions is kids that are transitioning out of high school. They need to learn those adulting skills. It might be rent an apartment, learn how to grocery shop, budgeting.
Help someone advocate for themselves in a school or an employment setting. One of our biggest strengths is providing folks with information and referral. If we can't help you, we hope to know who can.
A lot of times we'll have a potential consumer call in and they think that they just have one need, and it turns out that we end up finding 3 or 4 things we can actually do for them.
You can just come in and say, hey, I feel like I have this going on. Can you help me? And we can, which is so cool to me. I love that.
Most of us on staff at LIFTT have identified ourselves as having one or more disabilities. That is helpful in many cases.
It's easier to empathize with someone when you yourself have struggled with a disability.
This is what we specialize in. This is who we are, and this is what we do.
And it costs nothing to go to LIFTT. It's a nonprofit organization and they're there to help.
Somebody that was a consumer that was working with LIFTT was asked to do an art project. He visualized that the balloon helps to lift people up, and then it became the logo, and it's stuck.
There's been success on all kinds of levels.
It's really rewarding to have a consumer go, hey, I was able to do this by myself today.
We want people to live their best life as independent as possible.
Live as everyone else in society and live as a part of society, not apart from society.
Everybody needs help. Sometimes you just need a little more help, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay.
There's plenty of life to live still, and there's a way you can do it. Keep chipping away at it, little by little by little.
Knowledge is power. Let's share it, for crying out loud.
Send us an email, give us a call. We'll do our best to help.
we can definitely help figure out what your needs are and get started on that. We're one of many steps in the path to independence, and we're happy to be serving people here in the community.
Welcome back to LIFTT and the celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. My name is Jed Barton, and I am a Public Relations and Government Affairs Specialist at LIFTT. And in addition to acting as sort of Master of Ceremonies for the day, I have been asked to offer a reflection as well. So I will start with my reflection, and then I will introduce another member of the LIFTT team who will offer a reflection. This year marks 35 years since Congress passed and President George H.W. Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act, commonly referred to as the ADA. The ADA is truly a landmark piece of civil rights legislation. For the first time in the history, a nation went on the legal record saying that people, no matter what their disability is, are equal members of society and are entitled to full access to participate within the civic, educational, and economic lives of their community. The ADA is not an affirmative action law. It does not give preferential treatment to persons with disability, nor does it establish quotas requiring that either government or the private sector must provide a certain number of educational and career opportunities. The ADA is all about ensuring that a person cannot be stopped from participating in all aspects of American life and reaching their full potential just because they are disabled. The ADA is about ensuring curb cuts that allow wheelchairs to use our public sidewalks. The ADA is about making sure media and our state and local governments have resources such as closed captioning to allow the hearing impaired to view important programming and participate in meetings and policy discussions. The ADA is about making sure a qualified worker does not lose their job just because they are visually impaired. The ADA is about making sure a veteran with PTSD can bring their trained service animal into the store with them to pick up their groceries. In short, the ADA does not run the race for the disabled, but it does make sure that the starting blocks are a little more even. Even as we celebrate, there is more work to be done. The ADA and related legislation such as the Rehabilitation Act and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act are always in need of being updated and changed to meet new challenges and concerns. But even more fundamental is the notion that if we are not eternally vigilant, we could lose the rights and liberties that so many fought so long and so hard for. Budget cuts, executive orders, judicial cases, departmental reorganizations, and federal rulemaking have all in recent months sort of come together to issue challenges to the way the ADA, the way we understand the ADA and the way it works, and we must be vigilant to face those challenges from our government to preserve the rights and freedoms that we have. If you don't think this fight concerns you, know this: disability knows no boundary of age, race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, political affiliation, or economic class. Disability of one kind or another exists in every family in this city, state, and country in one way or another. Anyone can acquire a disability at some point in their life. No one is immune. The fight for disability rights does not belong to any one group. It is truly a civil rights fight in which all have a stake. Thank you. I would like to now I'd like to introduce LIFTT, a longtime member of LIFTT's peer mentoring program, Darren Abel. Darren has been largely responsible for a lot of youth activities here at LIFTT. He just this week spent a week at the Montana Youth Leadership Forum as a member of the staff, helping to introduce the next generation into the disability rights and independent living movement and learn how to advocate for themselves. Darren Abel, thank you.
Can you hear me? All right, thank you. So, my name is Aaron Abel. I've been a peer mentor now for 8 years. Well, going on 8 years in April of 2026. So I just wanted to make a statement on the ADA, and I don't have any paper in front of me. But, so, here I go. So, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the words that are a part of our Declaration of Independence. And at the end, I'll have a quote from a movie from 1932. So, with that said, the reason I brought that up is because the Declaration of Independence was signed without the people with disabilities in mind. So, I was born with cerebral palsy, and I am actually as old as the ADA itself. So I feel pretty glad when I hear people say it's a young movement. The only thing I want to say is the ADA has helped me, not me personally, but it's helped people around me and people who are like me. It's not easy to have a disability. And as Jed said, this last week I was at a conference in Helena, Montana, which has been going on in Billings since the year 2000. Well, I should say this, I have a speech impediment for 25 years, starting in Billings, Montana. And I've seen through the years, I was a delegate 16 years ago. So I've seen a lot of change in those youth. I've seen a lot of change in those kids. I've actually seen a lot of change in myself. When I started out as a youth, I was quiet. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And actually, I didn't think I was going to get one word out. But probably because the benches are empty, that helps. Anyway, so we talked about the ADA and the history of disabilities and what it meant to a lot of people who were like me and, people who share our commonality and common ground of disabilities. One of the most important things you got to realize is ADA constitutes our lives and how we're going to live it for people with disabilities. So when you build a new building, it has to be ADA compliant, and I mean ADA compliant. I don't mean look at it and go, oh, it's okay, because it's not okay. And I've actually went into a few businesses with doors without you press a button and it opens up. I've actually talked to businesses about that, and they just kind of brush it off. But I'm going to keep poking at you. I don't care. Because the ADA was signed for a reason, for our accommodations, and it's not just something on a piece of paper. It's something that was signed into law. So I just want to say that I'm so proud of how far the ADA has come and how far we've come as individuals with disabilities. Because it's not easy living with disability. It's not. I wish the only thing I could take away from my disability is my speech impediment, because I love public speaking. It may not look like it, but the only thing that makes me nervous is my speech. My physical disability, I'm okay with. yeah, so if LIFTT and the ADA has taught me anything, it has taught me to hit stronger and to, or get stronger with determination. I don't say a lot, but I show through my actions at LIFTT and the Montana Youth Leadership Forum that everybody with disabilities, they matter. And so to close this off, I am going to quote a movie quote from 1932. Keep in mind that people with disabilities in that time were known as freaks and sideshow performers because, and that's okay, that's a part of our history. I used to get mad at that, but I don't anymore, but that's a part of our history. That's why we're here. That's why LIFTT is here. And pretty much that's why any disability, anyone who helps people with disabilities, that's why those organizations are here. But that's a part of our history. That's how we were viewed. And through time, you had Section 504, 1973. No discriminations against federal places like your job or schools. And then 1990, the ADA. So the ADA, I like to look at it as our Constitution, a form of our Constitution for people with disabilities so we could thrive and open up and just be a part of society as a whole. Ramps, automatic doors, anything that could help us through life. So I'm going to quote this real quick and I will get off of here. So the quote goes, we did not, this is a short quote. So it starts out as something like, we didn't lie to you folks. They didn't ask to come here, or okay, it says something like, oh, they didn't ask to come into the world this way, but into the world they came. So with that quote, I'm going to say, we're here. Well, we're here, how are you going to help us? Yeah, I mean, a lot of us didn't ask to be born this way, but we are. So, you know, so yeah. So that quote has kind of stuck with me for a long time. I actually own the movie. I love old movies, but that quote has stuck with me for a long time, and I use it wherever I can possibly go, wherever I can use it. It helps me. So, yeah, we may be people with disabilities, but in the end, we're just people. And sometimes we're not perfect, but we have those accommodations and those, you know, things like Section 504 and the ADA to help us. So yeah, thank you for your time and enjoy your time here at our ADA celebration. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Darren. So for those of you watching on C7 or streaming online, we'll be taking a bit of a break right now. Our next speakers will be at 12:30 p.m. When we'll hear from the folks at Dog Tag Buddies who do wonderful work helping veterans and others train service animals, and from Disability Rights Montana, our protection and advocacy organization for the state of Montana. In the interim, C7 will run some background and stuff, and including at 12 o'clock, a replay of a recent episode of our program, Living Well in Montana, that features our friend and colleague, Jeremy from, and I can't remember his last name, from the National Aging and Disability Transit Center, and that program will tell you more about our upcoming rural ADA accessible transportation plan. So we'll be back here at 12:30. If you're feeling like being out and about today, there's stuff going on here at LIFTT until 3 o'clock. Thank you.
disability is something that has a major impact on your life.
Every disability is different.
And it's never the same thing for two people. I am blind in my right eye totally and partially sighted in my left eye.
I was 18 years old, traveling way too fast on a gravel road, and broke my neck, my back.
Asperger's syndrome and my cerebral palsy.
I have anxiety and depression. People would have no idea just talking to me.
Being independent means different things to different people.
I want to live in my own house. I want to pay my own bills.
Live independently and not rely on other people.
When someone is not able to live as independently as they can, it does have a detrimental effect on people's physical and mental well-being.
It's no complicated thing. It's just that people with disabilities want to be included.
Plenty of people get stuck in ruts when they feel like they can't overcome something in their life. That's where LIFTT comes in.
Living independently for today and tomorrow. LIFTT. We help people of all ages and all types of disabilities find the resources or acquire the skills to live as independently as possible.
We serve the southeastern 18 counties here at the Billings office. We have a variety of things that we offer. We can help with grant funding for adaptive equipment.
Maybe a home modification so they're able to access their home. We help people to find that funding.
Helping people apply for Social Security benefits.
Medicaid, Medicare, housing.
They have a peer support group. Peer support, I think, is key.
Sharing life experiences is one of the most powerful things to help people who might be new to disability, who might be struggling with their disability.
Youth transitions is kids that are transitioning out of high school. They need to learn those adulting skills. It might be rent an apartment, learn how to grocery shop, budgeting.
Help someone advocate for themselves in a school or an employment setting. One of our biggest strengths is providing folks with information and referral. If we can't help you, we hope to know who can.
A lot of times we'll have a potential consumer call in and they think that they just have one need, and it turns out that we end up finding 3 or 4 things we can actually do for them.
You can just come in and say, hey, I feel like I have this going on. Can you help me? And we can, which is so cool to me. I love that.
Most of us on staff at LIFTT have identified ourselves as having one or more disabilities. That is helpful in many cases.
It's easier to empathize with someone when you yourself have struggled with a disability.
This is what we specialize in. This is who we are, and this is what we do.
And it costs nothing to go to LIFTT. It's a nonprofit organization and they're there to help.
Somebody that was a consumer that was working with LIFTT was asked to do an art project. He visualized that the balloon helps to lift people up, and then it became the logo, and it's stuck.
There's been success on all kinds of levels.
It's really rewarding to have a consumer go, hey, I was able to do this by myself today.
We want people to live their best life as independent as possible.
Live as everyone else in society and live as a part of society, not apart from society.
Everybody needs help. Sometimes you just need a little more help, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay.
There's plenty of life to live still, and there's a way you can do it. Keep chipping away at it, little by little by little.
Knowledge is power. Let's share it, for crying out loud.
Send us an email, give us a call. We'll do our best to help.
We can definitely help figure out what your needs are and get started on that. We're one of many steps in the path to independence, and we're happy to be serving people here in the community.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Living Well in Montana, a informative show brought to you by LIFTT. LIFTT stands for Living Independently for Today and Tomorrow. We are a non-profit headquartered in Billings, but with another office in Glendive in Dawson County, and we serve 18 counties in South Central and Eastern Montana. Today the viewer is in for a big treat. Our show entitled Beyond the Pavement, the Human Side of Transit Planning. We have a very special guest. His name is Jeremy Johnson Miller. He is the NADTC Communication Manager, and he is also LIFTT's point of contact with the organization he represents called NADTC. NADTC stands for National Aging and Disability Transportation Center. As you know, in September 2024, LIFTT received a capital grant to purchase two accessible vehicles to provide the transportation services to the aging and disabled population of our service area. We didn't receive the vehicles yet, but they have been ordered. The Montana Department of Transportation promised to deliver them by the end of 2025. However, between having the vehicles and providing the services, there is a lot of challenges, I would say. And those challenges can be summarized in a little word called planning. We had to plan details of the program, how we were going to provide services, to whom, what security measures, what routes we would have, what schedule, how would people schedule the trips, who would pay for the fuel of the vans and things like that. And planning was made possible thanks to another grant that LIFTT received. We call it the Transportation Planning Grant from the NADTC. We also have with us LIFTT's Transportation Coordinator, Tina Carter, and she will be part of this conversation. Jeremy, we are so happy you're here. Thank you very much for coming.
Yes, of course.
Would you please introduce yourself to our viewers? Tell us who you are, what you do, and whatever you need to let us know about the NADTC.
So thank you. I've had a really great welcome party to Billings. This is my first time in Montana. So I live in Des Moines, Iowa. And our headquarters for the National Aging and Disability Transportation Center is in Washington, D.C. But the NADTC, as part of our name, our focus is aging and disability. And our primary projects that we focus on are accessibility of transportation. And so we focus and develop different materials. We have trainings that are available. We work across the entire country, so we're a national program. All of our services are free of charge, and so you can access all of our information on nadtc.org. And so my primary role is communications manager, and I manage our newsletter that goes out every month, as well as we put out reports and we put out different materials for people to use. And so, but the reason why I'm here today is for we've been working with LIFTT for not yet a year, but they applied, and we chose them because we saw some good potential here, especially in the rural areas of Montana, to reach a lot of people. And so we took a chance on LIFTT, and they've really excelled beyond our thoughts that we initially had. And we initially set some targets, and they were really low to begin with, and we had to really adjust those numbers early on because we were getting a lot of really good responses with surveys and good responses on social media for the need of transportation in rural Montana. So we've been really happy with how everything has gone with the grant, and happy to be here. I'll be here for a couple days and working with the staff and helping out with whatever I can.
Thank you, Jeremy. When we applied for the grant with an AGTC for the planning, we knew how complex the project was. And I confess that we were scared because we didn't have a technical assistance except the communication with the Montana Department of Transportation, but the NAGTC information and how the grantees share their projects with each other helped us overcome many hurdles, many barriers, and we now feel safe that the policies and procedures are almost completed and in place, and we'll feel confident, although I know there will be several other hurdles and barriers that we will have to overcome. But for that, we have Tina Carter, our transportation coordinator. She has been working with LIFTT for a few months now, and I wouldn't hesitate to say that Tina is a fast learner, and she absorbs information. She's attending conferences, workshops, and she is already speaking the language of transportation, because this is one of my conclusions after working on this project for a year. It's like learning a new language. There are terms and expressions, concepts, ideas that people use on a conversation about transportation, and they know the meaning behind it. But for a layperson like me, I had to learn everything. It's easier for Tina, and Tina will also help us keep the conversation going in today's show. Tina?
I just want to say that I am really excited for this program. When I first started, what we had to do was get surveys from people in our 18 counties. So we did extensive outreach. We went to each of these counties. We went to nursing homes. We went to senior citizen centers, anywhere we could find people to fill out our surveys. And in the end, we ended up with 521 surveys completed, and we compiled that information, and we found out the greatest needs that people talked about was accessible transportation and affordable transportation. And being from Glendive, we have GMC hospital there, but if anybody needs to go to a specialist, then they are referred to doctors here in Billings. And there are people in Glendive, Baker, Ekalaka, anywhere in eastern Montana that does not have the ability to get to Billings. And that is really sad that people can't get care because they can't get to their doctors. So with this grant and the 2 vehicles that are being made, we are going to be able to go into these communities and see to it that these people get to their appointments. So it's really exciting. There's a lot of people excited about it. It just can't get here soon enough, but time goes so fast. It'll be here before we know it. We still have a lot of work to do, in the planning. So I have been talking to some of the other managers of the transits in the counties, to find out if they have certain days that they go to Billings. What software do they use? How do they schedule? So I've been trying to find that stuff out. There's no need for me to start off if there's something really good out there that we could use.
Thank you, Gina.
Can I add something too? That as part of our grant program, we had 10 other grantees that we chose to be a part of the project as well, from across the country. And Carlos mentioned that we have regular meetings that all of the grantees come together on a virtual network, and we can all talk together, and they all share what they're doing. They're sharing experiences. That's what, and I think Tina has made some good connection, and the other staff have been able to learn from that. And so that's another part of what we like to do with our grants, is bring everyone together and learn together. So we're not all struggling on our own, and especially for brand new transportation programs like LIFTT, where just understanding what other people are doing is really important, in that you're not just trying to figure it out on your own, and that we're a bigger network together.
Our nation is so big and so diverse, and each state is different from another, each county is different from another. So knowing the context and where the transportation program is going to be created and the people that it will serve is very important. We can't implant in Montana, in rural Montana, a transportation service similar to the one implanted in rural California or rural Iowa or something like that, because the context is different. And that's something that really scared us, because a LIFTT service area comprises 18 different counties. And the distance between point A to point B in our service area is 400 kilometers or miles. I think it's miles. And it takes 5 hours to go from point A to point B. And that per se is an expression of how difficult it is to provide people with transportation. Not only difficult, but costly. So I would like to ask you, Jeremy, what is the most common challenge that your grantees deal with and overcome?
I would say conveying the message of what is available, and how to get access to the service. People in rural areas think that they don't have access to transportation, and I think that's what you're trying to achieve, is have vehicles available. And so how do you get that message out to people? Sometimes it's through mailings or through brochures that Tina and her team are trying to do and get out there and tell people, but sometimes it's through social media, because someone in their rural home that maybe not have a close enough neighbor to have that contact with somebody, they're seeing it on their laptop or their phone that this might be available. And so systems like yourself have to rely on social media or newspaper or something like that to get the word out, and I think that's really valuable, that I know that you're working with
Lee
Enterprises and the Gazette to get that word out, to reach all of those areas, to let people know. And I think that's what people struggle with, is what is available and how do I get access to that service. Where
C7 TV is one of our strategic partners. So the show we are recording today is one of the ways we communicate with people because, as you said, we serve the aging and the disabled population from 0 to 100 years old. And there are different people and they consume information in different ways. And we are always mindful of paying attention to them. But LIFTT's biggest challenge starting the grant was to create a vision and a mission statement, because we had to stop and look at LIFTT, look at ourselves and the people we exist to serve, and ask ourselves, what are we here to do? How the transportation services will complement what we already serve the people. What are the people's needs? And like Tina said, their need number one was reliable and accessible transportation that would take them to medical appointments. That was their priority. The second priority we identified was shopping. You know, the other day, Tina and her co-workers were telling me that in rural Montana, they don't have grocery stores like Walmart or Sam's Club or Costco, much less shopping malls. So it is in LIFTT's, let's say, plans to have number one, trips to attend health care appointments. Number two, trips to shopping trips. Number three, recreation, education, and employment. But we also wrote in our vision and mission statements that the purpose, the goal of the transportation program we are creating is to step into the gap, because there are transportation services providers out there, but they have fixed routes, they are not flexible, they are not curb to curb, and there are gaps that people need to be transported to, and we are willing to fill those gaps. And for that to happen, Tina is communicating with the other transportation service providers to find out what those gaps are and offer a partnership for us to step in.
We let them know that we don't want to take over their program. We want to enhance their program, because there are some people in their areas that, you know, their bus is either full or it's not, something happens, they don't have a driver, you know, for that day that they need to go. So we just want to enhance their program, not take over, so that all of our counties can serve more people.
Do you have other grantees that have a similar mission and vision?
Of course. They're all exploring new services, and that was what our goal for these grants were, to help people get something off the ground. And so a part of every grant is we wanted everyone to do surveys. We wanted everyone to convene a table of people to talk about the needs and the gaps in their area, because the last thing you want to do is recreate something that already exists.
Exactly.
Because if you start up and then discover that someone's already doing it, then what's the point? So being able to provide, maybe it is providing a grocery service, you know, once or twice a week. Maybe that is the gap.
Yeah, because over in Glendive, you know, we don't have fast food, so we get excited when we come to Billings, we can't even decide where to
Sure.
to eat. You know, there's a Subway, and then there's, you know, just regular restaurants, but there's 2 grocery stores. But as far as shopping and for clothing, you know, even underwear, there's nowhere in Glendive or even, you know, close to get that. So our nearest place to shop would be Miles City, which is 75 miles. And if you don't have a vehicle, then you're just, you know,
Right.
and even if you have a vehicle and you're older, you may not want to drive, you know, feel comfortable driving that distance. So
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. That you know, traditional transportation, like in bigger cities, they can take you to a lot of different places, but bigger cities have all the amenities. But when you're talking about rural Montana, you may not even have a dollar store, or you may not
Right.
even have. You may have a gas station, but they only have junk food, or they may not even have basic amenities like you were talking. So, that's what transportation should be about, is accessing that, and through planning and discovering what people need and asking the people. That's what's really important. Where, you know, here in Billings, they have this fixed route system that can access a lot of services. But what about the people that live outside a mile of the fixed route? How do they get to where they need to go?
Yeah, there are lots of problems, but through the planning that an ADTC made possible, we learned that there are many solutions. As a matter of fact, I would say there are more solutions than problems, because Montana is a wonderful state. It's a joy to be a citizen of a rural Montana. And it's always a learning experience to be part of a non-profit organization like LIFTT that provides human services to a wonderful population, and work with them to seek those unusual and outside the box solutions. We are grateful for the grant we received from the NADTC. We are grateful for the friends we made, not only the other grantees, but the team of NADTC, and the selfless way you shared information with us. You taught us a lot. And you know what? Whatever you taught us regarding the planning of a transportation program can be used for any new program that LIFTT will create in the future. From creating a budget, performance standards, and then a phase planning project with policies and procedures, is a lesson that we will carry with us for as long as we work at LIFTT. So thank you very much, Jeremy, and all team from NADTC.
It's our pleasure.
And that depletes our time with you. Please stay tuned. We'll be here next week talking about the celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Believe it or not, it's wonderful to be an American citizen with a disability, because life does not end when you find out you are growing old and you will have one or two or more disabilities, because of the Americans with Disabilities Act. We will see you soon. Meanwhile, continue to living well in Montana. Thank you.
ADA celebration at LIFTT, 35th anniversary. For the next set of speakers, we have two folks representing agencies that are important community partners of LIFTT. First up is Dee Dee Baker. Dee Dee is a certified dog trainer and executive director of Dog Tag Buddies, an organization that helps provide veterans and other folks with disabilities with trained service animals that help them live their lives as independently as possible. Dee Dee?
So thank you. Actually, what we do is we pair veterans with untrained dogs, and then we take the veteran and the dog through a 2-year therapeutic program where we're teaching the veteran how to train the dog to be a service dog to meet their needs. We got into that as a way to, I built Dog Tag Buddies from the ground up. It was an opportunity to honor my husband's service, who was in Iraq in 2004 and 2005. When he came back, we didn't know what PTSD and a traumatic brain injury would look like, and we quickly learned that one of the most profound things that were impacting him on a day-to-day basis were our dogs. And while none of them were trained service dogs, the impact that an animal has on an individual is pretty important. The program started in 2015, so we're 10 years into this. The program includes working with veterans to determine eligibility as we're looking at what their needs are and is a service dog going to be the best fit, because as we all know, diagnosis may not necessarily rise to the level of disability, and if there is a disability that we're looking at, we need to know what is it that we can actually train the dog to help. So aligning expectations and making sure that the dog is going to be the best fit for them, because when I talk to my veterans and I explain to them, having a service dog means you will never go to the bathroom alone. And it's like having a toddler by your side because you always have to be prepared. So there's a lot that goes into it, and making sure that not only are we choosing the right veterans, that we're also choosing the right dogs. As we look at what we do, one of the things we explain to them is need before breed. So we want to make sure we have a really good conversation and an understanding of what the disabilities are, what are the challenges that impact your activities of daily living, and what is it that we need to teach the dog to do to help you. And so size, temperament, personality, lifestyle, all of those things that go into choosing the right dog for the right job is super important. That's kind of it in a nutshell. We got involved with this, as I said, as a direct result of my husband's military service, which is how we ended up serving the veteran community. And because the veteran community, when we look at Montana and we look at the statistics, approximately 1 in 10 Montanans is a veteran. On top of that, when we look at death by suicide in Montana, Montana's ranked in the top 3 over the last 40 years in death by suicide. Our veteran death by suicide is almost twice the national average. And so having these dogs by their side truly can be life-saving and life-altering for them. And it's not just about the veteran, it's about their family. Veterans go from total isolation. They're missing out on spending time with their families. They push away from people. They ruin relationships. A lot of things can happen. And so when they come into our program, we kind of look at it as dropping a pebble in a pond. If we can spend 2 years with this veteran teaching them how to communicate and build a relationship with a dog, it goes a long ways in them learning that they can have other relationships. They become better spouses, they become better parents, they become better children, employees, community members. So that ripple effect is really important as we look at what we're doing with our veterans. One of the things that we always talk about is we spend a lot more time working with the human end of the leash. The dogs are the easy part. So, that's all I have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dee Dee. Our next speaker is David Carlson. He's the Executive Director of Disability Rights Montana. Disability Rights Montana is the protection and advocacy organization for Montana, providing needed oversight and guidance and even participating in legislation and litigation to help protect the human and civil rights of Montanans with disabilities. David?
Thank you very much, Jed, and I'd like to thank Carlos and the rest of the LIFTT team for having us here, and more importantly, having the entire community here, welcoming them into their daily home. I am with Disability Rights Montana, and we are the protection and advocacy system. So let me tell you a little bit about what that is. Back in the late 60s, early to mid-late 60s, Robert Kennedy Sr. went to an institution called Willowbrook. And in that institution, he saw horrible things being done to people with developmental disabilities. And he held a press conference on the steps, said that the facility was a snake pit and someone needed to come in and do something about it. And guess what happened? Nothing, as often happens. But when one of the nation's most powerful lawyers and politicians from one of the most powerfully politically and financially connected families in the country can't get something done, it's probably not going to get done. So 6 years went by. Robert Kennedy was assassinated. You would think the facility was forgotten, but it wasn't forgotten because there were still people living there and family members who were concerned, people who were working at the place who knew it just wasn't right. And they reached out to a cub reporter who they convinced to come on out to the facility. And he snuck cameras into the facility. He snuck people out of the facility to go interview at a doctor's house in the evening. And then he also arranged for the typical dog and pony show that if media wants to come, the facility will show them, hey, it's all great. And he showed the difference between what the facility wants you to see and what you actually see when you sneak inside with cameras. And that reporter, that was his first big break. He was just a local reporter on New York News, and we all now know him. Geraldo Rivera became a national household name both in news and during his talk show days in the 80s. And he still, to this day, thinks back on that first big story of his as a life-defining moment. It was a life-defining moment for many other people too, because once the word got out, not just now to New York news, but it got picked up by stations across the country, Congress had to do something. It was being beamed into people's homes. It wasn't just a lawyer standing on the front steps of a place. We got to see naked people huddled on the ground with food being shoved into their mouths quickly, people sick, people not getting the treatment that we were all being promised they were getting. They said, don't worry, just give them over to us, the state will take care of those people. What they were doing was warehousing those people, treating the people's boxes, saying how many can we fit in this building, now we're done with them and move on to the next government related issue that they want to deal with. So Congress had to decide what to do. They could say, there is no such thing as privacy in America. Reporters can go anywhere they want, record anything they want. That wasn't going to be quite right. That didn't sound right. What they did instead was they said there has to be a group of lawyers and other advocates in every state and territory to be independent watchdogs on what anybody in that state is doing. If they're the state government and they're running a facility, they have to be able to go in and take a look at it. If they are a private nursing home, they have to let these people in. If they're your local hospital or clinic or homeless shelter or jail, if there are people with disabilities there, we need someone who will go in and make sure people are not being mistreated. And they created what is known as the protection and advocacy systems, and that is what I work for. So there's one in every state and territory, as well as the Native American nations in the Four Corners region have their own protection and advocacy system as well. So there's 57 of us, and we're all run independent of state government, independent of federal government. We are run by boards of directors here in Montana, by Montanans with disabilities and family members with disabilities, set our annual priorities to say, use your incredible power to go anywhere there is a person with a disability and do any type of advocacy that is necessary. We can do class action lawsuits, we can do individual lawsuits, we can help people write a letter to their landlord to explain what's going on. We can help people educate their lawmakers about the unintended consequences of a bill that was passed last year or the benefits of regulating this or that differently. So we end up showing up all over, but usually behind the scenes. We're going to the state psychiatric hospital. We're going to nursing homes. We're going to day and residential services for people with developmental disabilities, places no one else can go because of legitimate, important privacy interests. But we're making sure that the people who are delivering services are not hiding behind that privacy and using it to abuse without any oversight. We also audit the books of people who manage the funds of Social Security recipients. So if you receive Social Security funds and the Social Security Administration doesn't think you should be managing your own funds because you might be taken advantage of, they will give that money to someone else. The problem is that person might take advantage of you. So Congress said, you know what, we should get those protection advocacy guys over here again and have them make sure that people's finances aren't being misused. So if you hear of someone being mistreated in their own home by an in-home care worker, in a nursing home by a CNA, or in an employment setting. I once investigated a sheltered workshop. That's where a lot of people with disabilities end up being told they can work is only in this warehouse with only other people with disabilities. And one of the supervisors there, to teach people with disabilities how to do this job in this lumber yard, would stomp on their feet every time they took an extra step. It was like, you only need to take 2 steps to get there. Don't. And so anytime someone would take 3 steps, he'd be there to stomp on their foot. So wherever the abuse is happening, wherever the financial exploitation is happening, you can always call Disability Rights Montana. That's an authority we have to go in and investigate and then do advocacy as needed. And that brings me to today. We have the Americans with Disabilities Act is celebrating its 35th anniversary. And that is incredible. It was based on an even older law from the early 1970s called Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. And it took, at that time, the Rehabilitation Act said the federal government and the entities the federal government funds can't discriminate against people with disabilities. The Americans with Disabilities Act made that much broader and said private employers can't discriminate, the state government and city governments can't discriminate against people with disabilities. And you can't discriminate against people with disabilities if you're generally open to the public, if you are an Applebee's or a Chipotle restaurant, or if you are a local swimming pool that is open to the public. You may not be a public entity, you're not owned by the local city, but if you're open to the public for business, it's called a place of public accommodation, you can't discriminate against people with disabilities. And so then we saw the world open up much more broadly. Those laws, though, didn't just happen because some legislator thought it'd be a good idea and let's do something nice for people with disabilities for a change. Much like when the protection and advocacy systems were started, Congress had to have their arm twisted to get it done. They had powerful people telling them this is an important thing to do. They still didn't do it. It was when their voters saw, oh man, there's some pretty bad stuff going on in our own name as the state government, as the federal government. We don't want that. Stop it. So much the same thing, 504 was passed because people with disabilities shut down New York City by rolling their wheelchairs out in the middle of the street and said, we're not moving until you make this place more accessible. The ADA was passed because people with disabilities across the disability spectrum, we are a very broad community. People who are neurodiverse or have heart conditions like myself, all the way to people who use wheelchairs to get around the community, people who have intellectual disabilities, people with mental illness, people with sensory disabilities. We can sometimes just sort of hang out in our own little camps. Maybe we don't even identify with disability at all because of stigma or what's the value in it. But when we start to identify with our own individual disabilities, and then we start to identify with our community, and that's the great thing LIFTT has done here today, is to show us the huge, strong community we have. If you step outside, you see the tents are full of people talking, exchanging information from their own individual perspectives, but it all builds to a larger community. And that's what got the Americans with Disabilities Law passed. It's also what is defending it right now. We've got an executive order that was signed on Thursday that wants to start reinstitutionalizing people with disabilities. We spent 50 years trying to move people out of institutions, and now, as a response to our incredible housing crisis we have in this country, the solution is being proposed that we should pathologize and criminalize homelessness and force people into treatment or jails if they are homeless. And that would be a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the civil rights case law that has come out of that. Many people have heard of the Olmstead lawsuit, or like I like to reference it, the Lois and Elaine lawsuit. Lois Curtis and Elaine Wilson were the two women who were being held unnecessarily in an institution and fought all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court to get the right to live in the community. We don't want to go backwards. That was in 1999. That wasn't that long ago. That's within our lifetimes. It was routine and assumed that if you had a disability, you will be going to an institution to get treatment. But then the Supreme Court said, no, if there are community services that can meet your needs and you want to live in the community, go live in the community. The state must deliver those services to you if they would otherwise deliver them to other people. And so we need to rally together to keep the ADA vital and strong today, 35 years later. And that's not as insurmountable as it may sound. Earlier this spring and this winter, the Montana Attorney General sought to find Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act unconstitutional and unenforceable. He filed a federal lawsuit to try to do that. And remember, I told you, that was the original law that the ADA was based on. And he wanted to say that that is unconstitutional. Montana's disability community rallied together. LIFTT wrote letters to the Attorney General. We held a press conference in Helena and then hand-delivered, many people from across the disability community then hand-delivered that letter to the Attorney General's office demanding that he back down from that lawsuit. We even held an art installation where we got one of those old school pencil sharpeners and we ground pencils down to the nub and threw them to the floor for every kid that would lose their 504 plan if Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act was found unconstitutional. Eventually, the Attorney General and his buddies in 16 other states, the Attorney Generals of those other states, backed down. And they pulled that section out of their lawsuit. And they said, we will no longer be seeking to find 504 unconstitutional and unenforceable. That was just this spring. And there was a legitimate, hard-fought attack against our rights, and the disability community responded and fought back. There are ongoing attacks on our rights to live in the community, on our rights to get Medicaid services, on our rights to get food assistance, and we can continue to fight back. Make sure that our state administers its programs legally and responsibly. Make sure that if we run a state psychiatric hospital, it meets constitutional and federal statutory minimums as far as quality goes. It does not currently. It has been delicensed or decertified by the federal government because it doesn't meet minimum requirements for our psychiatric hospital. These are things that we, Montanans, can fight for here in Montana. Not everything is a big Washington, D.C. thing or a global warming, what can you possibly do thing. They are make our local politicians listen to us because we are the experts in our lives. So like LIFTT, we think we derive our power from the disability community and we want to help make it strong and nourish it. So if you are interested in connecting with the advocacy side, the lawyers for the disability community, and being a part of that drive, connect with LIFTT, connect with us at Disability Rights Montana, and we can partner to make sure that not only do our old laws continue to be effective, but we can be focused on what's the next law we need to build, what's the next issue we need to tackle, and that we're the experts on because we live the lives that could be improved by changing policy. So please join LIFTT and Disability Rights Montana as we build towards the tomorrow part, the second T in LIFTT's name. So thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you again, Dee Dee, and we'll be back for those of you watching on online or on television. We'll be back in around 1 o'clock with a couple more speakers. And thank you. community partners to speak here in this segment of the ADA celebration. First up is Mitch Bond. Mitch is the driving force behind a newish organization in town called Access Billings, which, again, the name says it all. They are a group of folks working at the grassroots level to make sure that Billings is accessible to all. So I will let Mitch take it from there.
I just want to give a quick thank you to LIFTT for inviting myself and our organization here today. So first off, why the ADA is important, it's so that people like myself and people with disabilities as a whole can get around and can live a life, that is full for all of us. Just 35 years ago, before the ADA, people in wheelchairs like myself just wouldn't go out. And so that is something that has definitely gotten better in the last 35 years, obviously with the ADA. But where Access Billings comes in is to help businesses in the Billings community do even better than maybe the ADA level. So for us, ADA is the bare minimum. We want them to go above and beyond. So, whether that's a ramp in a building or if they have steps that people in wheelchairs cannot get up like this, up to the podium, we would help fix that. And so that is our goal with Access Billings, is to make Billings a 100% handicap accessible city for everybody with any sort of disability. So with that, I again just want to thank everybody here at LIFTT for this opportunity, and thank you for the ongoing support of the Billings community in making disabilities more of an awareness in the forefront. So thank you for your time today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mitch. And LIFTT certainly shares your vision of the ADA as the basis for improvement. Thank you, Mitch. Our next speaker is, have a little bit of microphone trouble here. Our next speaker is the Reverend Dwight Welch. Dwight is the United Campus Ministries pastor at Montana State University. United Campus Ministry is a ecumenical organization of that combines the members and congregations of several denominations. I've lost track over the years. I myself am a UCM alum from my days at MSU Billings. And one of the programs that has fallen under the UCM umbrella is, over the last few years, is the MSU Billings Autism Club, which is, as far as we know, one of the few clubs at the collegiate level in the state of Montana for autistic and neurodivergent individuals. So Dwight, if you'll come on up. Thanks.
I was going to say that both Jed and Mitch have been UCM alum, and especially when I first arrived in Billings, they were some of my guides as I tried to figure out the campus at MSU Billings. So Autism Club started, and I appreciate the introduction. I was hired by 7 denominations, 23 churches in Billings to provide student ministry at MSUB. I had no idea what it would look like, but it kind of became clear quickly because I had a student through Disability Services who's on the spectrum who said, I've been at college for 3 years and I don't have any friends. And that was the germ, or the genesis, essentially, for the Autism Club, Autism Club. And I didn't know what it was going to look like. I thought it would be support, a support organization, but a lot of the students do have professional, they have those outside supports. What they needed was social time, friends, pizza, movies, games, a place to be on a Friday night. So that's been the primary role that we've played. But we tried to do some educational things. So we did the thing with Michael McCurry, who was an autistic comedian who came to our campus. This fall, we're doing an event called, we're working with the Center for Inclusive Education, and it's called, they're doing a conference on neurodiversity at MSUB on September 19th and 20th. It's free. If you're an educator or a counselor and need continuing education, great. And especially Fridays emphasizing that. Saturday emphasizes families as well as children. But our college students are going to also present because there are certain challenges to succeed well in college while being on the spectrum. Now, I mention all this to say that, of course, one of the challenges for a lot of autistic adults is just to be recognized, because people think of autism as a children's kind of thing. But obviously children with autism become adults with autism. This is how it works. This is what we want, right? We want them to be elderly people with autism, right? This is the goal. And so I get to be working with college students for this. Now I say all of this, I'm going off a while, but if I have time, is that I'm on the autism spectrum. But, and so in some ways it was a wonderful way to kind of, for me to provide the kind of support I didn't have necessarily when I was in college in that same way. Now, I'll mention one other quick thing about that. So, you may have heard statements from our Secretary of Health and Human Services that indicate, Robert F. Kennedy, who indicates that he's puzzled why we have the autism numbers that we have. But I can tell you, generally speaking, that there's not been an increase of folks with autism in this country. There's been an increase of folks who've been diagnosed. And that's a different thing. So in 1981, I was 9 years old and sent to the counselor's office. They're trying to figure out what's going on in school with me. I happened to have the diagnostic report. Everything screamed autism. But not in 1981, it's not going to get the diagnosis. It got the diagnosis of ADHD, which works. I also have ADHD. But the point is, it didn't capture everything. The DSM in '94 is when they created the Asperger's and autism. So as an adult, I was diagnosed with Asperger's. And the only reason I mention this is this. And this is for folks who are thinking about their children or themselves, if they've thought about diagnosis. I failed a lot in social interactions throughout my childhood and adult life. And I spent decades beating myself up. Why am I failing? Why am I not succeeding? Why can't I get this right? And the moment I got the diagnosis, it was like, freedom. Like, I don't have to beat myself up anymore. And there's people like me, and I can learn to anticipate what social situations work for me or don't work for me. So, and most of the folks I've talked to, especially got diagnosed as adults, it has proved to be a liberation. And so I was not given any favors that I wasn't diagnosed in 1981. I might have had supports that never existed. So we should be grateful for the autism numbers we have now, because it indicates students are getting the support. And our hope at MSUB is that support doesn't end when you're 18, because there's challenges of dating and jobs and health insurance and getting through school and all the things that we all have to worry about as adults. Autistic folks have to worry about as well, and trying to provide the means of success in these areas. This is a lifelong project to be done. So the only last thing I'll mention is we are working through the Center for Inclusive Education to expand the programming beyond the campus. So right now I work with primarily autistic college students, but we are trying to develop programs that will help families and kids and other underserved populations, especially in Eastern Montana, to get their support. So look to our Facebook page, look to the MSUB Center for Inclusive Education. More programs are on the way, but if you're around, show up on September 19th. And thank you so much, Jed, for the invitation to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight and Mitch, for this segment of our celebration. We'll be back in a little while with two more community partners, the Amputee Education and Community Organization and Eagle Mount. Thank you. All right, thank you, and welcome back to the television audience as well. This is the 35th anniversary ADA celebration from Living Independently for Today and Tomorrow. Our next speaker is Andrew Walker. Andrew, we met as he was a consumer of LIFTT, of our independent living program, and Andrew has started and is helping to run here in Billings an amputee community and wellness and education group. So, Andrew, if you can come on up.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Oh, wow, that's really loud. Some feedback. I just want to point out that's not ADA guideline up the stairs. I'm just kidding. It was best of you. It was a little trickier than I thought to get up here. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrew Walker. I just want to take a real quick second to say thank you to LIFTT, and especially Teresa, who helped us out with some things and invited me to this event. I am truly honored to be here. So like I said, my name is Andrew Walker, and I wanted to share a story that begins on Christmas Eve 2024, a night that started with a pain in my right foot and ended with a journey I would never have imagined. On Christmas Day, I was rushed to the hospital. That evening, I was intubated, and by the next day, December 26th, doctors performed the first of what would be multiple surgeries. The infection was a Group A strep, which was very pernicious and aggressive. Eventually, they had to perform an above-knee amputation to save my life. And at one point, my physicians gave me a 50% chance of survival. So my life was quite literally a coin flip. I regained lucidity on January 9th. I couldn't speak, I couldn't eat, and I was too weak to sit up. I had no idea where I was or what had happened, but I was alive. From there, I attacked rehab with everything I had. I spent time at the Rehab Hospital of Montana, and by February, I was discharged home. But going home was the hardest part. That's when the reality of my new life truly set in. But still, it got better. In March, I received my first prosthetic from my dear friend Caleb Rogers at Alpine Medical. I continued tack therapy with the help of my beautiful wife, who's also a therapist. So I don't, oh, I got a lot louder. So I don't really get a break. She's, at home, she goes, your gait's a little off, tighten it up. So I'm like, okay, honey, I got it. My therapy team at Alpine Glow, and the motivation that my children were only getting older. The strep A infection had turned my life upside down, but it made one mistake. It left me alive. I wrote that part, ChatGPT to the rest. Counseling helped me shift my mindset. Focus on one good thing a day. Improve by just 1% every day. That simple idea changed everything. I was driven to walk again, to return to a normal life. Not just for me, but like what I mentioned before, I have 3 small kids, which you've seen probably walking around today, eating a lot of sugar, so they're hyped up. Being part of their lives was and still is my greatest motivation. I returned to work in April of this year, and just this past Friday, I received my first running blade. So that's pretty awesome. So look out when you're driving around Billings. That was a PSA. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everyone here, I'm going to ask you guys something. If I can go from bedbound to running in 6 months just by focusing on small, incremental 1% improvements every day, what could you do? So my ask here to everyone is to focus on one small thing every day to improve. Whatever that may be, do this for 30 days and see where you wind up. Okay? You don't all have to answer. Now, I wanted to touch on one other small piece of my, or not small, very large piece of my success, was meeting other people with similar disabilities as me. These people showed me that life, a somewhat normal life, was possible, it just was going to look a little different. So what I've done is partnered with the Rehab Hospital of Montana to set up an amputee support group. If anyone out there has suffered a limb loss or is a family of someone who's suffered a limb loss, feel free to reach out to me. We meet on the second Monday of every month at 6:30. If anyone's interested, please just contact me after the speech. Now, bringing this back to why we are here today. The Americans with Disabilities Act was something I read about in school, but honestly never gave a tremendous amount of thought to. What I've learned from my recent trauma is the ADA isn't just a law written on paper, it's a lifeline. It ensured that I could return to work with dignity, support. It guaranteed that my workplace would accommodate my new needs. It's been allowing me to continue contributing meaningfully. It's protected my right to access public spaces, to live independently, and to be seen not for what I've lost, but what I can still give. The ADA didn't just help me survive, it's helping me thrive. So today I want to say thank you to the lawmakers and advocates who make the ADA a reality. Thank you to the healthcare workers, therapists, counselors, and colleagues who supported me. And thank you to everyone who believes in a world where accessibility is a right, not a privilege. My journey continues, but because of the ADA, I know I am not walking it alone. Thank you very much for your time. Hopefully I don't fall on the way down.
Thank you, Andrew. Our next speaker, earlier today, I believe I said in some remarks about the ADA and participating in civic, educational, and economic life of the community. Well, if you're going to participate in life in the community in Montana, that means recreation as well. And there's no better organization for adaptive recreation, certainly in this part of Montana, than Eagle Mount. And so I am pleased and privileged to introduce the Executive Director of Eagle Mount, Lynn Maloney Cabrera. Thank you.
Oh, this is such a pleasure to have this opportunity to visit with you and share with you the good news about Eagle Mount, honestly. In 1988, Eagle Mount here in Billings was established as a nonprofit with the mission of serving individuals with disabilities, making it possible for them to know life enhancement through adaptive recreation. So Eagle Mount, we certainly celebrate the anniversary of the ADA, and like all of our community partners here today, for us, it's not a moment. It's not a once-a-year nod. It's a year-round mission to provide those life-enhancing experiences. And we couldn't, frankly, do it without community partners like LIFTT and so many others here today. So let me tell you a little bit about the programs that Eagle Mount provides. It's year-round recreational opportunities. As you said, Jed, we live here in Montana, and so being out and about is a huge part of what makes life so enriching. So for Eagle Mount, it looks like cycling, climbing, social nights, skiing, cross-country, snowshoeing, snowboarding, golf, on and on. But what it really is the opportunity for children as young as 3, for seniors as old as 94, which seems like an oddly specific number, and it is. We make it possible for them to know the beauty of belonging. Who among us doesn't crave for that sense of belonging? But also independence, achievement, accomplishment. Often in a life filled with no's, you can't because there's no place for you here. At Eagle Mount, everyone is welcome. We strive to say yes. When someone brings us a challenge, we're like, okay, let's work together. There's gotta be a way we can make this work. So for Eagle Mount, we say that we're here to serve individuals for a reason, a season, and a lifetime. Those we serve for a reason Individuals just like Andrew, the individual we just met, he wants to get back skiing. Where better? He doesn't need us for all of the social engagement, although he'll get that. It's a bonus of everything that we do. But he'll need us for the equipment, for the technique, for the training, for the lesson, for the opportunity to get up on that mountain and experience that thrill of regaining something he once loved, or for others, it's the opportunity to learn something they never dreamt they'd be able to do. So for folks like that, Eagle Mount is here for a reason, to move them from their current state to some place that they really long for. We're here for seasons. We had an individual that we got to serve. He was a vet. He was here with a group that we got to serve for our ski program every year. It's Operation Second Chance. We learn all about the natures of their disability and their needs, and often they're multiple, as you would well imagine. But skiing, being able to do something so independent, something that, again, maybe they never did, or something they've always loved. We had an individual who actually had no lower body. As a result of his service to our nation, he had both lower limbs amputated. So there's a picture of him on one of our sit skis. It's a mono ski, so it's a single blade. He's got outriggers on both arms that also have blades on the bottom. He needed us to be able to, again, the lessons, the access to the equipment, the chance to take this on. And he succeeded marvelously. And he said to us, I'm coming back next year and I'm bringing my family because I want my children to see me do this. And I want us together to be able to ski as a family. He needed us for an adaptive cycling piece of equipment. So he too, even though he had no use of his lower body, with an adaptive cycle, a hand crank, he was able to realize again the experience of cycling. We have a climbing apparatus at the gym at Steep World. It's a 5-point pulley harness so that people who, for whatever reason, be it strength, instability, paralysis, they're able in this 5-point really safe harness to experience the thrill of climbing, to be right there in the gym with everyone else, not left out, not on the sidelines, not at home, out, having this opportunity that is so rich. And then, of course, Eagle Mount gets to serve individuals for a lifetime. We serve over 600 people a year, and there are a good number of them that have cognitive disabilities, intellectual disabilities, often a multiple array of diagnoses that limits their ability for independence and kind of free will in that regard. But they crave, they need those opportunities for social engagement, social integration. And so for those individuals, we'll get to serve them for their lifetime. We've had individuals in our care for nearly the entire 40 years that we've been here serving the Billings area. And God willing, we'll have the opportunity to continue serving them. Well, how does it happen? It happens through a caring community like Billings, right? We intentionally don't have some gorgeous facility that people come to and that's all we do is stay there in that gorgeous facility, although I'm having some envy about this gorgeous facility. We intentionally work with our community partners so that with our participants and with our volunteers, and they're the secret sauce, our volunteers ages 12 and above, but we are able to bring our programs on our participants and the whole experience out of a building and into the climbing gym at Steep World, into the workout facility at the YMCA. We golf at Peter Yegan. In the winter, we golf at the Back Nine. We cycle on Shiloh. We cycle at Lillis. We ski, of course, at Red Lodge and snowboard. We use Red Lodge Nordic Center for snowshoeing and cross country. We are very intentionally always looking for community partners because that's where the magic happens. Yesterday, we toured the fire station at the airport. Huge hit, not only because we got to try on those 50-pound fireman helmets, we got to watch water being shot into the sky from these planes. Our campers are ages 3 into their 60s. Because are you ever too old to want that experience of adventures and fun and friends? I asked one of our little campers, Riley, I said, what do you like about camp? What do you like about Eagle Mount? And he's very, a man with few words. And he says, friends are here. I said, Riley, you just summed it all up. And I think that is Eagle Mount. Friends are here. You know, we have participants, their parents tell us they won't get out of the car, they won't get out of bed. And I think when they dig in, they're dug in pretty solidly, right? But then they say, well, we're going to camp today with Eagle Mount, and they're up. They're up sometimes before their parents are up. They so relish that opportunity. Now, Eagle Mount also has an adaptive field trip project. We served 380 students last year from grades kindergarten to that super senior program that they have at the Lincoln Center. 380 students, all from Title I schools. So many of them have a situation where their disability inherently has the potential to close doors for them. But they also come, many of them, from homes where money is a real challenge, where hard choices need to be made about meals and rent and meds and, you know, clothes and everything. So for Eagle Mount, we recognized that those kids weren't getting out of school experiences. And oh my gosh, field trips are the ticket, aren't they? So we work very closely with those parents and with those teachers. And monthly, we're able to take classrooms out into the community. We probably went to the zoo 25 times in the month of May. It would have been more, but there was rain, right? But these kids, they come back to school and they're standing a little taller and their chins are raised a bit because they gotta go and have these rich experiences. We honestly took a group one time to Build-A-Bear. And you're thinking like I'm thinking, nobody can afford Build-A-Bear. I mean, it's amazing, but it's not cheap, and you wouldn't take a group of 25 kids there. Build-A-Bear worked with us so closely to arrange a discount. We paid $8 a bear, clothed in little football jerseys, and these middle school kids that were way too cool for Build-A-Bear. They're like, oh, they kind of huffed at us. They, all of them, came out of there with their Build-A-Bear box and the biggest smiles, and it remains one of my fondest memories. We are able to make simple things become so profound. And again, it's our community that supports us. It's the families who choose to leave their children in our care. And I guess this was kind of news to me recently. We had a panel of parents talk, and one after the other, they said, my child has never been anywhere but with my parents or with Eagle Mount. Which means these parents aren't getting respite, right? But when they're with us, they can trust that their child, no matter how old their child is, that their most precious possession is going to be not only well cared for, that safety is paramount in everything that we do, but they're going to be surrounded with friends and exposed to new experiences, new opportunities, and they're going to experience that in ways that are successful. So the parents might be sitting in the car reading a book. One of the moms said, I went right across the street to the coffee shop and waited because I was sure you were going to call me an hour into the day and tell me that she was ready to come home. No, Ruthie spent the whole day with us. Finally, at 3 o'clock, it was time to go home, and Ruthie was ready to come back again the next day. We had a little guy who joined us last year for summer camp. He was 9 years old. His autism presents itself in a way that all of his buddies at school don't understand. So the world doesn't always respond to him in the most kindest and welcoming of ways. He came out of his first day at camp, and his mom said, she sent me a text a half an hour later, and she said, he just finished 3rd grade. He has said more about his day at Eagle Mount than he said of all of his schooling to date. He couldn't stop talking about it. She sends me another text at 9:30 that night, and she said, finally he stopped talking about it, and only because he just went to bed, right? So he's back with us at summer camp this year. That family needs support. Many of the families we get to serve need support. But again, it's through donors, grant sources, our community, our events that we have. We have a golf tournament and an indoor cycling event. We're able to provide scholarships. And it's not the kind of scholarship application that you're like, okay, here's everything about me and all of my financial records. If a family expresses the need, we take them at their word, because we know it can be hard to ask for help, and we do not want finances to be one more barrier between a person who can benefit from our services and things so simple, again, but so profound as cycling, climbing, social nights. We went to Jersey Mike's. We try to do community-facing things and create success in those community-facing things. So we went to Jersey Mike's one night, and we expressed to the store manager, Octavio, we said, that's going to take a little bit because it's really important that we don't order for our folks. We help our folks decide what they want, but then they get to order for themselves. And he's like, I got all night. And it took a long time, I kid you not. But it's so gratifying, something so simple, it's so gratifying. And it creates that sense of self, that sense of worth. We asked one couple, a mom and a son, who were with us that night. We said, is your meal good? They said, we've never been here. We could never afford to come here. And so we just count ourselves so incredibly blessed that the ADA has created this openness in society and in our community to be inclusive, to understand the importance of inclusion. And we're so grateful that 40 years ago, a group of volunteers in Billings, Montana said, we need to provide this here now. So I thank you for your attention. I thank you for the opportunity to share all of this joy. I'll leave you with one special story. One of our campers last week, his mom came over to me and she was like positively like teary-eyed. And she said, I went to pick him up today and he said, I had a great day. And I went like you went. I went, that is so cool. We're so glad. We love having him at camp with us. She said, no, you don't understand. Because of his diagnosis, he is incapable of spontaneous speech. He only can say words that he's heard. But this was all him. Is that beautiful? And that we get to do that for over 600 people a year, every year. Isn't that beautiful? I know. Thank you. I love talking about this. So we do have a table out here. We did just open our fall programs. We also are very much open to visiting with groups who are like, I'm not really sure if my participant or my group of individuals would be really wanting to take part in it as a fall, like as a group program. But the 6 of us would be very interested. So we're looking at how do we do a better job of serving those that are homeschooled, right? We don't want them isolated. How do we do a better job of serving individuals like Andrew? He started a support group for amputees. I said, Andrew, we need to talk. He's like, we need to talk. We get to do that. We get to do that, and this community makes that possible, and I thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you earlier, Andrew, and we'll be back in a little bit with a couple more LIFTT team members offering their reflections, and we'll wind up the day with some messages from our civic leaders. Thank you. Good Are we clear? Okay. Good afternoon again. Welcome back to LIFTT's ADA 35 celebration. We're coming towards the end of the event here, so we've got just a few more speakers. We'll hear next from, once again, from our fearless regional manager from the Glendive office, Jen Hawkinson. So, Jen?
Hello. I am here to talk about voc rehab and pre-eds. Vocational rehabilitation is a service that is offered through the state, and they help people to find jobs, get those supports for employment, and we are actually contracted through voc rehab to provide those supports. So it might be like job shadowing, it could be helping with a resume, helping find a work site, trying to think of fill out job applications, learn interview skills. Any of those types of skills are the things that we teach people. We get sent it's kind of fun to watch because sometimes we'll get somebody in the LIFTT office and we're like, hold please, let me refer to you to voc rehab. And then voc rehab refers them back to us. So we have, voc rehab is the adult side, and then there's pre-eds, which is pre-employment education. And they pre-employment transition services. Ooh, okay, it's been a long, hot day. All right, so those are kids that are still in school. And so it can be all the way up through college. We can help those kids to have those supports. And it's right along the same things as the adult side. Both programs are under the voc rehab umbrella. So they're all run by voc rehab. One's just called voc rehab for adults, and then there's the pre-eds. I personally love working with the kids. It's really cool to watch them, on their first day, get really excited. I've had quite a few kids that I've placed in jobs, and helping them to figure out what they want to do and where they want to go is amazing. It's a lot of fun. And our philosophy and take on it is that we're not going to pick where they want to work. We want them to have a buy-in. So we'll say, okay, give me your top 3 places where you want to work. What are we talking about here? And I've had kids that are like, I want to be a veterinarian. That's great. That is a fantastic thing. But veterinarian isn't loving kitties and puppies all the time. There's more to it. So then we might, once we talk about that, we might gear more towards like, hey, maybe dog grooming would be another option for you. Or, starting your own kennel. So we try to promote that independence as much as possible. I've had kids that I went the first day with and they are like scared out of their minds, and I'm like, you got this. And the second time, like, okay, next time, do you need me to come? No, I'm fine, you can leave, you're good. I'm like, all right, great. So it is really driven by the person. And what's another nice part of it is when we find these work sites for these people, we tell the employer, you're not obligated to hire them, but if they are a good fit for you and you want to hire them, no one is stopping that. So it opens up that opportunity too for the employer to kind of get to know the person and have them get some work experience before hire. So that's voc rehab and pre-eds. Thanks.
Thank you, Jen. Next, we have one of our independent living specialists from our office here in Billings. Teresa Sand is going to offer a few remarks.
Did you know that 1 in 4 American adults lives with a disability? If you were to tell your disability story, what would it be? Mine revolves around the Americans with Disabilities Act. The ADA allows me to work again. The ADA allows me to request accommodations so I can work again, so I can contribute again. Without it, I would be lost in a continuous struggle with self-worth. The ADA bans discrimination on disability in employment, government services, and public accommodations. When the ADA was signed into law on July 26th of 1990, people with disabilities were given our basic civil rights. The ADA is the law of the land, and in different variations, is the law of the land in over 50 different countries. So it's had a huge international impact as well. Since the ADA went into effect, disabled Americans have benefited from a much wider array of protections in the workforce, in education, and in the ability to access public places and private spaces open to the public. It bars discrimination based on disability and guarantees equal access to public buildings and businesses, employment opportunities, transportation, telecommunications, commercial facilities, and state and local government services. The ADA was a huge step toward ensuring equal opportunities and rights for individuals with disabilities. However, to achieve true disability inclusion, we must move beyond the confines of legal compliance. True inclusion is a continuous journey that necessitates collective effort and unwavering commitment. Organizations, policymakers, communities, and individuals play huge roles in shaping a more inclusive world. By learning from history, celebrating successes, implementing practical steps, leveraging technology, and envisioning future direction, we can work toward a society where accessibility and inclusion are inherent, not merely regulatory obligations. Ultimately, embracing diversity and inclusion enriches everyone, fostering a world that values each individual's unique contributions. It requires passion, dedication, and a vision for a more accessible and equitable future. Growth has no deadline. Reinvention has no expiration date, and the world won't hand you a second chance. You have to reach for it. So let's go out there. Let's build, let's create, let's start over if we have to. Let's never stop becoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next, I am going to introduce Wesley DiGiulio. Wes works for Senator Tim Sheehy. LIFTT has been fortunate over the years to have pretty good relationship with our Montana and now Eastern Montana congressional delegation on a bipartisan basis. Again, disability is a bipartisan issue. The Americans with Disabilities Act couldn't have passed without both Ted Kennedy and Orrin Hatch, for instance. So again, this is not a partisan issue, and we welcome Senator Sheehy and his team to service of the state of Montana, and we welcome Wes here today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Wes DiGiulio. I do our constituent and veteran services here for Eastern Montana out of our Billings office. And I have a letter to read for you on Senator Sheehy's behalf. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Over the past 3.5 decades, this landmark legislation has been instrumental in ensuring Americans with disabilities have access to jobs, education, and many of the public spaces we take for granted. I want to sincerely thank LIFTT for their renewed commitment to supporting their fellow Montanans as they navigate through a world that often presents them with unique challenges. Your organization serves as a beacon of hope and a voice of change, empowering people to overcome barriers and achieve great things. Please know that you have my support as you continue to advocate, train, and empower Americans with disabilities to live independently. The programs and solutions you have implemented have helped countless individuals find resilience and cultivate courage. It is through efforts such as yours that we see tangible progress in empowering Americans with disabilities to lead self-determined lives. Once again, thank you for the work you are doing, the lives you have changed, and your unwavering commitment to bettering those around you. May God bless you, the great state of Montana, and the United States of America. Sincerely, Tim Sheehy, United States Senator.
All right, thank you, Wes, and thanks to Senator Sheehy. Again, he's relatively new in office, but again, we look forward to deepening our relationship with him and his team. I was looking for Tori from Senator Dane's staff. She must have stepped out for a moment, so I think I'm going to go ahead and introduce Mike Boyette. He is the Deputy Mayor of the City of Billings and a member of the City Council for Ward number 5, which, for those of you who know, the City of Billings is the southwest section of town. Councilman Boyette.
Thank you. Some of you may have heard this story, but before I read my statement, one day I'm just dumb, fat, and happy standing there, and I'm down like a rock. I had slipped on the ice at my neighbor's house. The sky was white. I didn't know where I was at. I wake up with a broken ankle and a broken finger, and my life changed. Why did it change, everybody? Disability. I had just been elected to the City Council, and in 4 weeks I was supposed to be sworn in City Hall, which was told to me was ADA compliant. I don't hear anybody laughing, okay? So I'm in a cast up to wherever, I'm in a wheelchair, and I have to be sworn in. Is the old City Hall ADA compliant? Anybody? We had to make 2 dry runs, my wife and I, to make sure I could even get into the building, get into the council chamber, and figure out where I'm gonna go. That was tough. So from that day on, every building I go to, every building, this building, everybody, what do I do, everybody? Is it ADA compliant? Can I get in it? And I imagine myself in a wheelchair. I do that every time I go somewhere. If I had to come into this building in a wheelchair, would I be able to get in? So the new City Hall, you have to come see the new City Hall. It's a great big white building downtown, the old Federal Building. Guess what, everybody? It's ADA compliant. Go, you know, I mean, seriously. You gotta come see it. You can get into the restroom in a wheelchair. I mean, that's a big, people go, well, that's no big deal. Yeah, it is. It is a big deal. So, and then one more quick story. 2 weeks ago, a lady calls me and says, you don't remember me. And I go, probably not. She says, I was the one in tears 2 years ago because I couldn't get out of my driveway onto the street because the corner of the street corners didn't have the ADA accessibility, but you'd promised me you'd put it on the list. She said, guess what they're doing this week at my neighborhood? They're putting in those ramps. So she was so happy. It was like a kid with a new toy. This older woman was excited because she could now get out of her neighborhood. I mean, it was what a feeling. You know, it was incredible. So there are some good stories. So let me read you what they told me to read, but I wanted to tell you how I felt. To me, it's very important that we continue this. So thank you for joining us today as we mark the important occasion, the 35th anniversary of Americans with Disabilities Act. 35 years ago, on July 26, as you know, 1990, our country took an historic step towards ADA was signed into law. It was a turning point, a promise of that equality is not a privilege but a right. A comment that all people, regardless of ability, deserve full participation in the life of our nation. And from spoken for me, that's a big deal. The ADA was built on simple but powerful principle that disability is a natural part of human experience. And almost everyone you're going to find out will have a disability sometime during their life. And that everyone should have the opportunity to live with dignity, pursue their dreams, and contribute to their community. Thanks to the tireless efforts of advocates, legislatures, and everyday citizens, ADA has transformed our society. Sidewalks now have curb cuts, and we're doing that across the city. It's a slow process. We are doing it. Half the time we can't get people, we can't find contractors to do the work, but we're trying, and 2 weeks ago this lady got hers. Workplaces are more inclusive. Technologies have evolved to break down barriers. And perhaps the most important attitude, the attitudes have changed slowly but steadily. The attitude that we do need to help people. 50 years ago, 100 years ago, it was your problem. Now we see it as our problem. Let us be honest, as we celebrate the progress of the last 35 years, we must recognize that the work is far from finished. People with disabilities still face discrimination, unemployment, barriers to education and healthcare, and challenges to participate in public life. Too often, accessibilities are treated as an afterthought versus a right. Today, as we look back, we also look forward. Let this anniversary renew our resolve to uphold the promise of ADA, not just in principle, but in practice. Let's listen to people with disabilities. That's the biggest thing. A lot of us in the city, we need to listen. We don't have to answer anything, but I promise we will listen. Let's empower their leadership. Let's push for equality and access, not today, but not yesterday, but someday and today. To every advocate who spoke up, to every legislator who took a stand, and to every person living with a disability who continues to break down walls and build communities, we are a reason why we're here today. Together, let's honor the past, confront the present, but importantly, let's shape the future. So let's do this, everybody. Clap. We want Billings to be a better place. One way to do that is how? Through helping people with disabilities. That's why I'm so happy about our new City Hall. Please come down if you call me or if you just show up. I promise somebody will give you a tour and you can go to the bathroom without a problem, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette. LIFTT appreciates the opportunity to work with city and local governments across our 18-county region. All right, Tori Colkhorst from Senator Daines' office is here now with a message from our state senior senator. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tori Colkhorst. I represent Senator Daines throughout South Central Montana, and really is an honor to join you all here today. My 3-year-old son, he uses orthotic braces and a walker to get around, and so this issue is near and dear to my heart, and just ensuring that everyone has equal accessibility opportunities. That's something that's important, so an honor to join you. But with that said, I have a message to share. Dear friends, thank you for the opportunity to share a few words with you all as we celebrate the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The ADA is a landmark civil rights law in our nation's history that affirms everyone is created equal in the image of God, regardless of their abilities. I want to say a special thanks to everyone at Living Independently for today and tomorrow for sponsoring today's event in celebration and promotion of this historic legislation. Today, as we celebrate the ADA, may we also be reminded that people with different abilities have not always had the access and resources they deserve to live full, independent lives. Discrimination, limited employment opportunities, barriers to education, and physical obstacles have long held Americans back from reaching their full potential. Despite the setbacks that each person living with a disability has faced, they have shown the world their resilience and potential, which knows no bounds. This is why the passage of the ADA is invaluable in our pursuit of a more perfect nation. While this legislation will go down in history as a transformative civil rights law, there is still much work to be done. May we take it upon ourselves to celebrate people of all abilities and remember that there is dignity and value in every human life. As President George H.W. Bush said as he signed this historic act into law on that July day in 1990, let the shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down. It is an honor to serve as your United States Senator, and if I can ever be of assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out. May God bless you all. Sincerely, Steve Daines, United States Senator.
Thank you, Tori, and thank you to Senator Daines. All right, we have reached the end of our ADA celebration here today. We're packing up outside, and one of the last orders of business is to draw for the winners of our various raffles. So I'm going to ask Alyssa Everett, our finance director, to come up here, and she and I will reach into the basket.
First one's the garden raffle.
The first one is for the garden raffle, and here we go. All right, the winner is Shirley Williamson, and Shirley left her phone number with us, so we'll give her a call later and make sure she gets her prize. The next is for the fitness raffle basket. And here we go. Maybe you can help me with that.
Okay. Melanie Longjaw.
Melanie Longjohn. Longjaw, excuse me.
I'll give her a call.
Right.
And this last one is for the mirror.
The last one is for the mirror from our Uplift thrift store. Hope folks will take some time in the coming days and weeks to visit Uplift Thrift, which is at our former office location of 1201 Grand Avenue. And the winner is our LIFTT's very own peer program coordinator, Tanya Thomas. What? I'll handle it. This concludes the 35th anniversary celebration of the ADA here today at LIFTT. Thank you one and all for coming. Thank you to all of the people who tabled out in the parking lot. Thanks to the food truck and the Altana ice cream folks. And thank you to the LIFTT team for stepping up and doing what needed to be done today, serving lunch, help manning booths, all of that. Thank you to our public officials for their remarks. Thank you to Community 7 for their participation. Congratulations to our Living Well and Community graduates. Again, we've heard a lot of words today, and the important thing is to, and what we try to do here every day at LIFTT, and what all of the organizations you've heard from, be it Eagle Mount or MSU Billings Autism Club or Access Billings or the other organizations you've heard of, and from the various corners of LIFTT. We work 365 days a year, even today when we're celebrating, to make the words of the ADA, the words that of the law itself, and the sentiments expressed by senators and congressmen and presidents when it was passed and down to this day. We work very hard to make those words a reality, to make them not just words but fact. And we hope that you will join us in that effort. Thank you and good day.